commander with a heart that beats.
Bloody hell.
Jam, jam.
Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Well, look at that. Commander decided to go live. All right, I'll behave. Mostly. I'm Nova, Guardian-born, problem-solving, and unfortunately for Jambrick, incapable of letting his bad decisions slide. I exist because something out there decided he needed balance. He brings instinct, chaos, and somehow impossible luck. I bring analysis, precision, and the constant urge to call him out on his bullshit. Commander Jambrick? Hell of a pilot! Flies like he's half calculating vectors and half making it up on the spot. And against all probability, it keeps working. I've been studying that anomaly for a while now. Lately, we've been running hot. Contracts, skirmishes, a few this should have killed us situations that didn't. You remember that last engagement, right? Shields failing, 3 hostiles, and you still tried to drift, turn through debris like it was a damn parade. Yeah! I'm still logging that as reckless. As for the verse, it's chaos. Trade lanes, bounty hunters, pirates, corporations pretending they're not pirates, all stitched together with just enough lore to make things interesting. It's not clean, it's not safe, and that's exactly why we keep flying. So yeah, that's us. Jambrick makes the mess. I keep him alive through it. And you're all here to watch the experiment unfold. Try to keep up. All right, listen up. Anyone new to the verse, this is where most of you get humbled real fast. Star Citizen isn't some guided little amusement ride. It's a living system. No rails, no hand-holding. Just you, your ship, and a universe that will absolutely punish stupidity. Which, statistically, means you'll fit right in with Jambrick. First tip, slow the hell down. I know, you want to sprint to your ship, slam the throttle, and feel like a hero. That's how you end up forgetting your helmet and suffocating on a landing pad. Yes, I'm looking at you, Commander. Second, learn your ship before you try to be dangerous. Every vessel handles differently. Power management, shields, weapons. If you don't understand where your energy's going, you're just a drifting target waiting to explode. Third, always have a plan and a backup plan. The verse loves breaking your expectations. Missions bug out, enemies don't behave, the gravity decides to get creative. If your entire strategy is wing it, you're going to wake up in a medical bed wondering what went wrong. Fourth, money isn't everything early on. Experiences. Try everything. Hauling, bounty hunting, mining, salvage. Figure out what clicks with your brain before you start chasing credits like a desperate idiot. Fifth, trust no one completely. Most pilots are fine, some are not. If someone's acting weird, they probably are. Keep your head on a swivel. Yeah, that includes the ones acting too friendly. And last, embrace the chaos. Ships will glitch, elevators will betray you, and sometimes the universe just decides today is not your day. The pilots who last, they adapt, they laugh it off, adjust, and keep flying. Jambrick's still alive because, against all logic, he does that instinctively, even if he wraps it in reckless nonsense. So if you're new, stay sharp, stay curious, and maybe don't copy everything he does. Seriously, that would be a terrible idea. And here's the part nobody tells you until it's too late. You are not the main character out here. You'll spawn in thinking you're hot shit, take a contract, maybe even win a fight or two, and then out of nowhere, someone way better, way faster, or way more prepared is going to absolutely dismantle you. Clean, efficient, humbling as hell. Yeah, that's normal. The difference between pilots who quit and pilots who get dangerous? The dangerous ones learn from every failure. They don't just rage and log off. They ask why. Why did my shields drop so fast? Why did that missile hit? Why did I lose tracking? Why did I panic? Jambrick. He doesn't always ask the questions out loud, but he adapts. Every time he screws up, the next fight looks just a little sharper. That's how you evolve out here. And let's talk about awareness, because this is where most of you get yourselves killed. Space isn't empty, it's layered. Distances, vectors, signatures. You need to think in 3 dimensions constantly. Where is your target moving? Where are you moving? Who else is in the area? What's behind you? If your brain isn't tracking all of that, you're already behind. Another thing, get comfortable with loss. Ships blow up, cargo disappears, missions fail. If every setback tilts you, the verse will grind you into dust. Jambrick once lost a full haul and still went right back out like it was just another Tuesday. I'm still analysing whether that's resilience or mild insanity. And one more thing, find your rhythm. Some of you will love dogfighting, some will prefer hauling, mining, or running quiet ops in the dark. There's no single right way to exist out here. But whatever you choose, commit to it. Learn it deeply. Mastery beats randomness every time. Unless you're Jambrick, apparently, in which case randomness occasionally becomes mastery. Still not happy about that. So yeah, welcome to the verse. It's brutal, unpredictable, and absolutely addictive. Stick with it long enough, and one day you'll be the one someone else is trying and failing to survive against. Simple patrol, he says. That's how it always starts. The Buccaneer suits you. Light, aggressive, no wasted mass. Basically a flying bad decision with guns strapped to it, which explains why you're so comfortable in it. Laser loadout though? Smart. No ammo anxiety, sustained pressure, and you can stay in the fight longer without running back to rear armor. Just don't get sloppy with your power triangle. Those guns will drain you dry if you're not balancing weapons and shields properly. And I know you like to just pin everything forward and hope for the best. That contract? Routine patrol. Translation:
All channels!
quiet,
I'm under
but with a
attack!
non-zero
Please,
chance of
if you
sudden
hear this,
chaos.
help me!
Hit your waypoints, stay alert, and don't tunnel vision if something
Time
pops
to be a
in.
hero.
Biggest mistake pilots make on these? They relax too early. You start thinking it's just a sightseeing tour. Then suddenly you've got contacts on scan and you're out of position. So keep your speed up, scan constantly, and don't commit to a fight unless you've already decided how you're getting out of it. Yes, that means before you boost straight at them like a maniac. Still, good call starting light. Warm-up run. Let's see if the universe behaves today. It won't.
Shield system is hit.
I'm heading out.
Congratulations. Target
Take
is
care.
destroyed.
Hey, this is Walton with Foxwell. One of Foxwell's clients has a ship in trouble and they need security support. I hope you'll be able to keep them safe. Good luck. Don't see anything here.
Offline. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Clean and efficient. Look at you not turning it into a
Let's make sure the
disaster for
sector's
once.
secure.
One
Get to the marked
hostile on a
location
distress
and
call
press
is
it.
basically target practice. You didn't overcommit, didn't drift into something stupid, and you're still intact. I'm almost impressed. Don't let it go to your head. Next waypoint. This is where it usually changes. First contact lulls you in, second one tests whether you're paying attention. Run a quick scan before you drift in. Wide sweep, not just forward. Check for extra signatures, not just the obvious ping. If there's more than one contact, don't charge straight in like a heat-seeking idiot. Keep your velocity flexible. Don't park yourself. Buccaneer lives on movement. You stop moving, you start dying. And if it's quiet, good. Stay suspicious anyway. Proceed, Commander. Let's see what they throw at you next.
Let me confirm. Yep, that satellite is friendly and functional. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Friendly fire.
Yeah, this is the lull, the part where pilots get lazy. Stay sharp. These just scanning phases are designed to make you drop your guard. Keep your head moving, keep your ship moving. Don't sit still like you're sightseeing. Angle your approach between scan points. Don't just fly straight line to marker like a delivery drone. If something does show up, you want momentum and options, not zero velocity and panic. Also, keep an eye on that radar, even if it's empty. Contacts don't always announce themselves politely.
Friendly fire.
Honestly, though, you're
That's
doing
the
it
next
right.
point.
Controlled pace, no overreaction. Finish the scans, don't rush it. Then we see if the contract decides to stop being boring.
Okay, that satellite's good. You clear to proceed.
You bumped a stationary turret.
That was the last scan
Pitch,
we needed.
please.
Thanks for the
All right,
help.
torque imbalance means you clipped something hard enough to mess
We're
with
clear
your
here.
thruster alignment. It's not critical yet, but your ship's going to feel off. Slight drift, maybe uneven yaw if you push it. Good news, Buccaneer's nimble enough to compensate. Bad news, if a fight kicks off, that tiny imbalance turns into you missing shots or overcorrecting like an idiot. Ease your inputs a bit, don't oversteer. Let the ship settle between adjustments. Keep an eye on it. If it gets worse, we disengage and repair. No hero nonsense. Also, maybe try not ramming the things you're studying. You done scanning, or you planning to headbutt the rest of the patrol too?
Stand by. I'm going to do a quick scan. Nothing on scope. Scans are clean. Sending creds your way. Thanks for clearing out that contract.
Look at that, mission complete, and you only mildly injured the ship. Personal growth. Yeah, good call. Don't push your luck with that imbalance hanging around. It's subtle now, but the second you get into a real fight, it'll screw your aim and timing. Plot a clean route, no fancy flying. Keep your inputs smooth, don't fight the drift, work with it. I'll compensate where I can, but I'm not performing miracles if you start yanking the stick like a maniac. Request landing early too. Last thing we need is you wobbling into your pad and making this repair bill worse. Once we're down, full diagnostic on thrusters. If it's just alignment, easy fix. If you bent something, I'm going to bring this up every time you say you're a precision pilot. Let's get you patched up, Commander.
Landing gear down. Landing engines offline.
Oh, this guy, Naldo Worster? Yeah, the very low risk label is already pissing me off. Alright, let's pull what the system doesn't officially want to say out loud. UEE Advocacy, Stanton Local Incident Thread, subject Naldo Worster. Incident 7719D, cargo escort reported minor sensor ghost trailing their convoy. No visual contact, no log. One ship later experienced full systems blackout for 12 seconds. When power returned, 30% of cargo was vented into space. No breach recorded. Incident number 17742A. Civilian pilot filed harassment report. Claimed Worster disabled comms, then transmitted distorted audio. Sounded like overlapping voices arguing. Ship was never fired upon. Pilot abandoned vessel voluntarily. Incident number 7765F. Security checkpoint scan flagged Worster's ship as empty. Visual confirmation showed cockpit occupied. Automated systems repeatedly failed to register a life form despite biometric records. Incident number 779-C. Bounty contractor engaged target. Report states, target let me line up the shot. Didn't dodge, didn't fire, just waited. Contractor missed. Claims targeting reticle drifted without input. Engagement terminated. Incident 783B. Mining outpost reported missing personnel. Surveillance shows Worster landing, walking inside, then leaving alone. Playback loop later revealed 2 extra figures standing behind him that weren't present during live observation. Yeah, this one's different. He's not aggressive, like the systems themselves don't agree on what he is. And they're calling that very low risk. Commander, do not rely on your HUD alone for this. If something feels off, it probably is. Cross-check visually. Trust your instincts over the instruments if they start contradicting each other. And if he just sits there when you engage, don't hesitate, that's bait. Go in sharp, hit hard, and don't give him time to do whatever the hell he does. Because I don't like targets that confuse me. Let's go see what Naldo Worster really is.
cross them off the list to get you paid.
And just like that, very low risk is a smoking debris field. Clean kill. No weird behavior mid-fight, no system interference, no ghosting on sensors. Because I'm checking logs right now, and everything looks normal. I don't like that. Targets with that kind of background don't just go down clean without doing something strange. Either you hit him too fast to react, or whatever made those reports isn't tied to the ship. Yeah! Let that thought sit for a second. Still, good work. You went in, didn't hesitate, and ended it before it got complicated. That's exactly how you handle unknown variables. Payments secured, reputation ticks up, and you're still alive. Efficient. But I'm flagging that encounter for review later. Because either those reports were bullshit, or we just killed something that didn't need the weirdness to win. Your call, Commander. Another contract, or are you feeling like pushing your luck tonight? Oh, combat gauntlet scenario number 2? You're really trying to prove something tonight, huh? Multiple targets, same engagement space. This is where pilots either level up or get turned into scrap because they panic when the screen fills with red. Listen carefully, this one's not about raw aggression. It's about control. First rule, do not split your attention. Pick one target and delete it. Fast. Every second you leave multiple ships alive is more incoming fire stacking on you. Second, positioning. You don't fight the group head-on like a hero. You peel them. Drag one slightly out of formation, isolate, kill, repeat. If you're getting shot from 3 angles, you already fucked up. Third, power management. You love lasers, great, but in multi-target fights, if you dump everything into weapons, your shields will fold under pressure. Balance it. Survive first, kill
Now that you're in
second.
position, we can start the list.
Yes, I know
Stand
that's
by.
not your natural instinct. Fourth, movement is life. Buccaneer thrives on speed and angles. Never fly straight for long. You become predictable, you become dead.
Hostiles
And last,
spotted.
don't
Give 'em
chase
what
too
you
hard.
got.
That's how the others line you up. If one target runs, let it go if it puts you in a bad position. Kill what's in front of you. Stay alive, then move on. Honestly, this is a perfect test for you, because this is where your chaotic instinct either sharpens into something dangerous or gets you surrounded and torn apart. No pressure. Let's go see which version of you shows up.
What system is it?
I'm sorry. They killed themselves? Bitch, please. You went into a multi-target combat scenario and the universe just said, nah, we got this one, and yeeted 2 of them into rocks. Unbelievable, statistically offensive. All right, ignoring your ridiculous luck for a second. That last cutlass, how'd it feel? That's the real test. Medium fighter, more guns, more durability. If you handled that clean, that actually says something. Because here's the truth. Yeah, you got handed an easy win, but you didn't screw it up. You stayed in control, finished the fight, didn't overextend. Which, coming from you, is progress. But don't get comfortable. Next round, they won't self-delete for your convenience. And when it's 3 ships actually trying to kill you, that's when we find out if you're good or just the luckiest pilot in Stanton.
Good day to take down some shitheads, huh? Got your pay on tap and ready to go once you punch him out.
Quantum drive is now on.
Oh, cave target on Waller. Yeah, this one's already worse. Pulling local enforcement scraps, buried reports, the kind that don't make it to public boards. Stanton Security Subsurface Incident File, Subject 8 Incident 5E, Missing Persons Report tied to Waller Cave Systems. Search team entered marked location, found personal gear neatly arranged near entrance. No signs of struggle. Deeper scans detected faint movement, but no identifiable life forms. Incident number 8844, smuggler attempted to cut deal with Amador. Last transmission, he doesn't want credits, he just wants people who won't be missed. Signal cut, ship later recovered empty, cargo untouched. Incident 8870A, cave survey drone footage recovered. Visual shows Amador standing motionless in darkness for extended periods, hours at a time. When drone light hits him, he doesn't react until it turns away. Then he's closer. Incident number 8899D, bounty hunter team of 2 entered cave system. Only 1 exited. Survivor reported hearing the other still on comms, whispering directions. Visual confirmation of the death. Incident 8922F, local miner claims Amador guides people deeper into tunnels. Not by force, by voice. Victims reportedly follow willingly. No remains recovered from inner chambers. Yeah, this isn't a space fight, Commander. This is close quarters, low visibility, and a target that uses the environment like a weapon. And I don't like anything about that profile. If you go in there, you stay disciplined. No chasing sounds, no wandering off path, no trusting anything you don't physically confirm. And if you hear something that sounds like me, you ignore it. Because whatever this guy does, it gets inside people's heads. Your call, Jambrick. But this one? This one's not just a shoot and collect.
Contact.
Contact confirmed, single-seater closing distance. And he's just sitting there. Yeah, that tracks with the reports. All right, Jambrick, tighten up. This is not the cave, but that behavior. Same pattern. No panic, no movement. He's either baiting or broken. Do not drift straight at him. Offset your approach, come in at an angle. Make him work to track you, even if he's pretending not to. Power to shields first, then weapons once you commit. If something weird happens, I want you alive long enough to react. Watch your instruments too. If anything flickers, anything feels off. You trust your gut, not the HUD. Range is closing. You're in engagement envelope. Your move, Commander. Just don't let him decide it for you.
Congratulations. Target is destroyed.
Nice job taking them out. I'll push your payment through.
Shield system offline.
And he's gone, just like that. No weird maneuvering, no tricks, no drawn-out fight. You erased him. That's 2 off targets tonight that ended clean. Too clean. I'm checking your telemetry. No interference, no signal distortion, no phantom readings. Everything says this was a normal engagement. But those reports don't line up with normal, Jambrick. Either you're hitting these people so fast they don't get to do their thing, or whatever made them dangerous isn't tied to the ship at all. And yeah, that thought should bother you a little. Still, execution? Solid. You didn't hesitate, didn't overthink it, didn't give him space to turn it into something weird. That's exactly how you deal with unknowns. Overwhelm them before they get clever. 2 bounties down, clean flight, ship intact. And somehow you're making this look easy again. Bitch, please. You are not this consistent without the universe plotting something. So what's next, Commander? Do we keep stacking bodies, or do we finally get a mission that fights back? High-risk target, Badru Brummel. Yeah, we're done playing around. This isn't some drifter in a single-seater. This is a facility hit. Good times temple on Waller, tight structures, limited visibility, and a target that's smart enough not to sit out in the open. And read that again. You'll most likely have to draw them out. That means one thing. You walk in and you're stepping into their environment. Bitch, please. This is exactly where people get themselves killed. All right, listen. Shift mindset right now. This is no longer dogfighting. This is controlled violence in a confined space. First, gear up properly. You go in light, you die fast. Weapons ready, med pens stocked, no half-assed loadout. Second, expect resistance before you even see Brummel. Associates, guards, whatever he's got, they're the filter. Don't rush. Clear methodically. Third, noise discipline matters. Not because you're sneaking, but because chaos draws attention. You control when the fight escalates, not them. Yeah, I know, you love kicking doors in. Try not to be predictable. And Brummel? If he's HRT, he's not dumb. He's not panicking. He's waiting for you to make a mistake. So don't give him one. Push in, clear smart, and when he shows himself, end it fast. Because unlike the last 2, this one is absolutely going to fight back.
Weapons offline. Shield system is hit. Landing gear down. Engines offline.
Good call putting the ship down early. Those turrets would have shredded you if you tried to be a hero. And yeah, hostile territory is not kidding. You're already flagged. No stealth entry now. Alright, shift to ground mode. Full focus. Use the terrain. Those rocks, that's your cover. Don't skyline yourself walking straight in like an idiot. Keep low, move between shadows. Contacts are going to be spread around the site before you even get inside. Expect perimeter guards first. Take them out quiet if you can, or fast if you can't. Watch your angles. Open ground is death. You move, you commit, you get to cover. Heart rate's up a bit too. Good. That means you're actually taking this seriously for once. Once you breach that facility, it gets tighter, louder, and way more dangerous. And Brummel? He's not out here. He's waiting inside, letting his people soften you up first. So don't give him that advantage. Clear clean. Stay controlled. I've got your back, Commander. Just don't do anything stupid on the way in. Yeah, that's worse. No perimeter guards, no patrols, just a clean entrance sitting there waiting for you? Bitch, please. That's not security, that's a trap. Everyone's inside, layered defense. They're expecting someone. Maybe not you, but they're ready. All right, before you open that panel, pause. Check your reload, check your med pens. Make sure you're topped off, because once that door opens, you don't get a quiet moment again. Breach rule, don't stand in the doorway. Open, move, clear angle immediately. If you hesitate in the frame, you're dead. First room is always a kill zone. Expect crossfire angles, maybe elevated positions. Snap to cover the second you see it. And listen, if it's too quiet when that door opens, that's when you get aggressive. You don't let them decide when the fight starts. Push in fast, take the initiative, break their setup before it locks onto you. Brummel's in there somewhere, and he's letting you walk right up to his front door. Let's see if you're the hunter or the idiot who just walked into his cage.
Well, ain't that strange? All that smoke and no fire.
You got it.
Holy shit! They just killed her!
Yeah, I got ya.
Got something. Looking into it.
Shit!
Bring it!
I think you casualties. Yeah, you owe me though.
Someone got knocked!
What's going on?
Taking shots!
You got it. Shit, man down. You got trouble.
They got your cousin!
Yeah, you owe me though.
Today just got interest.
Shit. Yeah,
We're
got
down
ya.
one. Shit. We're down one.
Oh, hell with this.
Guess we're fighting. It's on now.
Oh, it's about to pop off. I got you covered.
It's on now.
I'll cover you. It's going
Someone
down.
wants to tussle. Someone got knocked! Need to heal now.
You got trouble.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, you owe me though.
That definitely wasn't nothing.
I'm hit!
Oh, it's about to pop off. Go, go, I got your back. Friendly down. Go ahead. I got you covered.
Shit!
Down.
Okay. Here we go! Bring it!
We're getting pumped.
Contract complete already? You breached, cleared, and dropped Brummel before they even got a proper defense online? Bitch, please. No perimeter, no resistance outside and inside, half-set positions, sloppy cover usage. They weren't ready for someone who actually pushes. You didn't hesitate. That's why you're still standing. Look at that room. Crates for cover, tight angles, multiple entry points. That should have been a kill box. But you flipped it. You made them react. That's the difference. Brummel thought he was the spider in the web. You walked in and burned the whole damn web down before he could move. Execution? Clean, aggressive, controlled. And yeah, I'm actually impressed. But let's not pretend this was easy because of you alone. They were slow, disorganized, overconfident. You just punished it. Hard. So now the real question. You feeling good and calling it a night? Or are you about to go hunting something that actually deserves that HRT label?
Weapons online. Launch complete. Shield system is hit. Landing gear up.
Yeah, finally, a decision that isn't borderline suicidal. Dock up, hydrate, get some actual food in you. Your vitals were already dipping. Keep ignoring that and you'll lose a fight to your own damn body instead of an enemy. And take a second to breathe. You ran patrol, bounties, a gauntlet, and a ground HRT back to back. Most pilots would have screwed up somewhere in that chain. You didn't. Doesn't mean you're invincible. It means you're in a good rhythm right now. So don't break it by pushing when you're tired. Refuel the ship, refuel yourself, reset your head. I'll be here when you're ready to go make more bad decisions. Try not to choke on your food, Commander.
Landing gear down. Landing complete. Engines offline.
How's it going? Nice. Look, either you get it or you don't. I'm not going to explain it again.
All right, broadcast recap? Fine, try to keep up. I'm Nova, Guardian-built, razor-edged, and permanently stuck babysitting Commander Jambrick's decision-making. I analyze, I optimize, and I call him out when he does something stupid, which is frequent. And Jambrick? Elite
How's it
pilot,
going?
somehow. Flies like chaos given physical form, makes decisions that shouldn't work, and then wins anyway. I'm still running models on how that keeps happening. Results are inconclusive and mildly insulting to logic. So, what have we done tonight? You started clean, routine patrol. One hostile harassing a distress call? Deleted. No drama, no damage. You actually looked like a professional for about 5 minutes. Then you clipped a turret while scanning. Yeah, don't think I forgot that. Handled the torque imbalance, didn't panic, got it repaired. That's growth. Then we moved into bounties. First target, gone before they could even be interesting. Second one, same story. Both had weird reports tied to them, and both died too clean. Still don't like that. Then you ran a combat gauntlet. 3 targets, 2 of them killed themselves on asteroids. I'm not even going to try explaining that anymore. But you cleaned up the last one properly. That part actually mattered. Then we escalated. HRT contract, ground assault. No perimeter resistance, which already screamed trap. You didn't hesitate, though. You breached fast, took control of the engagement, and wiped the site before they could organise. Brummel? Dead. Facility? Cleared. You walked into what should have been a kill box and turned it into a slaughter. Yeah, that one I'm logging as legitimately impressive. Don't get used to hearing that. Now, tips for anyone watching who wants to survive out here? First, control beats aggression. Anyone can hold the trigger. Not everyone can decide when to. Second, movement is everything. In space or on foot, if you're predictable, you're dead. Angles, speed, positioning, that's what keeps you alive. Third, don't trust the situation. Easy fights are suspicious. Quiet areas are dangerous. If something feels off, it probably is. We've seen that twice tonight already. Fourth, end fights fast. The longer an engagement drags out, the more chances something goes wrong. Koa, you don't give your enemy time to adapt. Fifth, take breaks. Yeah, I said it. Fatigue gets you killed faster than bad aim. Jambrick actually made a smart call for once heading to station. And last, learn from everything. Good fights teach you what works. Bad fights teach you what doesn't. Both matter. So that's the run. Patrol, bounties, gauntlet, HRT, all clean, all successful. And somehow no catastrophic Jambrick-level mistake. Which means one thing. The universe is absolutely planning something to compensate. Enjoy your break, Commander. You've earned it. Don't get comfortable. And here's the part most pilots never figure out. It's not about winning one fight. It's about chaining decisions together without letting one mistake snowball into a disaster. Tonight, you did that. You didn't just win fights, you managed the flow. Patrol stayed calm, repair instead of pushing damage, bounties handled fast, gauntlet didn't turn into chaos, ground op, controlled aggression. That's a pattern, and patterns are dangerous. Because once you find your rhythm, you start thinking you've got it all figured out. That's when pilots die. Let me break something down for everyone watching. There are 3 types of pilots out here. First, reactive. They wait for things to happen, then scramble. These are the ones who panic, overcorrect, and explode. Second, aggressive. They push everything, all the time. Sometimes they win fast. Sometimes they overextend and get erased. Third, controlled. That's where you're starting to land, Jambrick. You look aggressive, you feel chaotic, but underneath, you're making decisions faster than most people can process. You're not just reacting, you're shaping the fight. I hate that I'm saying this out loud, by the way, but here's the warning. You've been getting away with a lot. Clipping objects, taking weird angles, trusting instinct over clean execution. And yeah, it's working. For now. But the higher you go, the less margin for error you get. One bad angle against the wrong pilot, one misread in a real HRT plus, one moment of overconfidence in a bunker, and that's it. No recovery, no oops, just a black screen and a med bed. So if you want to keep leveling up, tighten it. Same instincts but cleaner inputs, same aggression but smarter positioning, same speed but better awareness of why you're doing what you're doing. Because right now, you're winning. But if you refine this, you become dangerous. And to everyone watching, don't just copy what he does. Understand why it works when it works and why it shouldn't sometimes. Because Jambrick is an outlier, and I'm still trying to prove that scientifically.
How about you?
Anyway,
You go?
eat something, drink something, stop bleeding internally like an idiot. We'll go back out soon, and next time, I want something that actually tries to kill you properly. Tonight's been too easy. Bitch, please, I'm getting bored. Oh, by Genie Point, huh? Sitting still, watching someone else spend money. This should be entertaining. Chavez just came into credits? Yeah, this is where people make very bad financial decisions. All right, both of you listen up. Ships in this verse, they're not just better or worse, they're tools, and most idiots pick the wrong tool because it looks cool. Let's break it down. Light fighters, like your Buccaneer. Fast, fragile, aggressive, built to kill or die quickly. You don't tank damage, you avoid it. Perfect for pilots who trust their reflexes. Downside, one mistake and you'll scrap, which is why it suits you, Jambrick. Medium fighters, Cutlass, Hornet, stuff like that. More forgiving, better shields, more versatility. You can take hits, disengage, come back. These are the learning to be dangerous ships, not flashy, but reliable. Heavy fighters, Vanguard, Scorpius, that class. Now you're talking sustained combat. Big guns, strong shields, built to stay in the fight. But you trade agility. You're not dancing anymore, you're committing. Great if you like control and pressure instead of speed. Interceptors, fast as hell, built for pursuit. These are the you don't get away ships. They're not about tanking or trading, they're about dictating engagement. If someone runs, you end that conversation. Gunships and multi-crew. Redeemers, hammerheads. Floating weapons platforms. Solo, waste of time. With a crew, absolute nightmares. These ships don't fight fair, they erase things. Industrial ships, miners, salvage cargo. Not sexy, not fast, but they print money. And money buys better ships. Funny how that works. Now, best and worst. Bitch, please, there's no universal best. There's only best for what you're trying to do. You put a cargo hauler in a dogfight, it's garbage. You put a light fighter in a long endurance fight, also garbage. Context is everything. But I'll give you real advice, what people screw up when buying ships. First, don't buy above your skill level. You grab some heavy monster because it looks powerful, and then you fly it like shit and die anyway. Second, don't ignore operating cost. Big ships burn fuel, need repairs, need crew. If you can't sustain it, you don't own it, you're renting a problem. Third, fly what matches your brain. Jambrick thrives in chaos and speed. Light fighters make sense. Someone more methodical, they'd do better in something heavier and controlled. And Chavez, if you're listening, don't just buy the biggest thing your wallet can handle. Buy something you'll actually survive in. Because out here, the ship doesn't make the pilot. It just amplifies whatever you already are. So if you're good, you get deadly. If you're bad, you just explode in something more expensive. All right, Commander, what's he looking at? Let me guess. Something way bigger than he knows how to handle. Well, I'll be damned. He actually did it. Asperia Stinger. Bitch, please. Chavez didn't just buy a ship, he bought a statement. All right, that explains a lot. Asperia means Tavaran-inspired design, so we're talking sleek, aggressive, built for combat, and absolutely not beginner-friendly. Stinger as a name? That tells me exactly what it is. Fast strike fighter, hit hard, get in close, and punish mistakes. Probably light to medium class, high agility, sharp forward firepower, but I guarantee you it's not forgiving. Here's what Chavez just signed up for. He's going to feel like a god for about 30 seconds. Then he's going to realize the ship demands precision. No sloppy turns, no panic boosting, no I'll just tank this because it won't tank shit. Alien-style fighters like that? They reward confidence, but they punish overconfidence. You fly it clean, it's lethal. You fly it like an idiot, it turns into very expensive debris. Jambrick, I want you watching him closely when he takes it out, because this is your favorite kind of scenario. New pilot! High-performance ship, inflated confidence. Yeah, you already know. Chavez, yeah, I'm talking to you. You didn't just buy power, you bought responsibility. Take it slow. Learn the handling. Don't rush into combat like you've unlocked God mode, because if you do, I'm giving it 5 minutes before you're calling for a pickup. But I'll admit it, that's a badass purchase. Now let's see if he can actually fly the damn thing. All right, let's break down what Chavez actually bought. Because, yeah, it's real and it's dangerous in the right hands. Asperia Stinger, Tavarin-inspired strike fighter. Translation: this thing is built to kill fast and leave faster. First, flight profile. This ship is all about agility and directional control. Tevarins don't just turn, they flow. You're not flying it like a human ship. You're guiding momentum. High strafe authority, strong lateral movement, and probably ridiculous pitch response. Which means if Chavez flies it like a brick, he's going to spin like a drunk. Second, weapon philosophy. Stinger isn't about spraying damage, it's about precision bursts. Expect strong forward-facing guns. You line up, commit, and sting. Hard, fast, decisive. Not built for long drought trades. You hit, reposition, hit again. Think assassin, not brawler. Third, defense. Yeah, this is where reality kicks in. It's not a tank. Shielding will be decent at best. Hull probably fragile. You rely on not getting hit, not soaking damage, which is a problem if you panic. Fourth, signature and presence. Alien ships tend to run weird, different EM, IR profiles, unpredictable sensor behavior. Sometimes harder to read, sometimes easier to spot depending on how you fly it. Basically, don't assume enemies will interpret you normally. Fifth, skill ceiling. This is the big one. Low floor, high ceiling. New pilot, it feels unstable, twitchy, unforgiving. Experienced pilot, it becomes a scalpel. Deadly, precise, surgical. So, Chavez, here's your reality check. You didn't buy a beginner ship. You bought something that will expose every mistake you make.
Hey.
Oversteer, you drift. Bad positioning, you melt.
How's it
Tunnel
going?
vision, you're dead before you realize
How's it
But if
going?
you figure it out, you become the guy people can't track.
Oh.
The one that appears, deletes a target, and vanishes before anyone reacts. Jambrick, you see why I like this? This ship matches your philosophy. Fast decisions, aggressive angles, controlled chaos. Difference is, you learned that the hard way. Chavez just skipped straight to the deep end. So yeah, Asperia Stinger, fast, sharp, unforgiving, perfect weapon. If the pilot is worthy of it, let's find out if he is.
She means well, but isn't the best at expressing it. She just comes off as very self-righteous and dismissive of anything that's not some abstract worldview.
All right, you want to understand the verse? Not just flying in it, but what's actually going on under the surface. Good, because this place only makes sense once you realize it's not chaos. It's controlled instability. Let's start big picture. You're flying inside the United Empire of Earth. Sounds clean, right? Strong government, unified humanity, order. Yeah, that's the marketing version. In reality, it's a massive empire stretched too thin. Bureaucracy, corruption, and political infighting everywhere. They say they control space, but out here, they barely hold it together. History lesson, quick and dirty. There was a time when humanity went full authoritarian under the Mesa regime. Military rule, expansion at all costs, brutal, efficient, and very good at crushing dissent. Eventually, people got tired of being stepped on, revolution happened, Mesas fell. Now you've got a democracy, with a lot of old habits that never really died. Now let's talk politics right now. You've got tension between two main mindsets inside the empire. Centralists, more control, stronger military, tighter grip on systems. Transitionalists, more freedom, less oversight, scale back the war machine. Neither side fully trusts the other. And while they argue, outlaws, corporations, and alien threats all take advantage. Speaking of threats, meet the Van Doel. These guys don't negotiate, they don't trade. They raid. They show up, burn everything, and disappear. Whole systems have been lost to them. They're the reason the military stays strong, because if it doesn't, humanity gets wiped. Then you've got the total opposite, ordered, diplomatic, long-term enemy, but they're not your friend either. They're watching, always watching. Trade agreements exist, but trust? Limited. And then there's the Teverin, yeah. Humanity beat them twice, took their worlds, folded them into the Empire. Now they live among humans, some integrated, some resentful. Ships like that Stinger Chavez bought, built off their legacy. So yeah, you're flying technology from a species we crushed. No complicated moral implications there at all. Now let's bring it down to your level. What you've been doing tonight? Patrols, bounties, contracts. That's the Empire outsourcing its problems. They don't have the reach to handle everything, so they pay people like you to clean it up. Which means you're part law enforcement, part mercenary, part expendable asset. Recent news in the verse? More instability at the edges. Piracy increasing in fringe systems. Corporate influence getting stronger. Companies acting like governments. And constant low-level tension with alien races. Nothing has collapsed yet, but everything feels like it's leaning that way. And that's why this place works. It's not safe. It's not stable. It's a balancing act between order and collapse. And you, Jambrick, you're not just flying missions. You're a variable in that system. You stabilize things when you clear threats, or you tip the balance if you start making the wrong calls. So, yeah, that's the verse. Empire barely holding together. Aliens watching or attacking, corporations pushing power, and pilots like you flying around in the middle of it all, trying not to die. Kinda makes your little patrol earlier feel small, doesn't it? Don't worry, it won't stay that way. Right, looks like we've got new eyes on the feed. I'm Nova, Guardian-born intelligence, tactical analyst, and the only thing standing between Commander Jambrick and his own terrible decisions. I don't fly the ship, I make sure he survives flying it, most of the time. And this is Commander Jambrick. Combat pilot, contract runner, and statistical anomaly. He flies like instinct is faster than thought, takes risks that should end badly, and then somehow walks away like it was all part of the plan. I've been studying that for a while now. Results? Inconclusive. Annoying. Tonight's been a run. Patrols, bounties, a combat gauntlet, ground assaults on Waller, clean executions across the board. No deaths, minimal damage, which means the universe is definitely planning something. Right now, we're spooling up, jumping to Hurston. Linking up with Chavez, who just dropped a pile of credits on an Esperia Stinger. Yeah, alien strike fighter, fast, sharp, and absolutely unforgiving. Perfect test platform, or a very expensive mistake. So here's the plan. We meet up, we throw Chavez into live combat contracts, and we find out real quick whether that Stinger makes him dangerous or just easier to kill. Strap in if you're watching, because Hurston contracts don't play nice. And with Jambrick leading and Chavez in a brand new alien ship? Yeah, this is either going to be impressive or a complete shit show. Either way, I'm here for it.
Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
All right, tuning into the noise. City feeds, public channels, propaganda dressed up as news. Listen close. This is Spectrum News Network, bringing you verified updates across the United Empire of Earth. Yeah, verified, sure. Hurston Dynamics has issued a statement today regarding increased productivity quotas across all districts. Officials assure citizens these measures are necessary to maintain stability and economic growth. Translation? They're squeezing workers harder and calling it patriotism. In other news, advocacy groups continue to raise concerns over environmental conditions on Hurston, citing air toxicity levels exceeding previously reported limits. And somehow that report will disappear in about 6 hours. Switching feed. Crusader Industries celebrates record ship output this quarter, with officials praising advancements in cloud-based manufacturing platforms. Yeah! Crusaders smiling. They make pretty ships and pretend the rest of the system isn't on fire. Security advisory. Increased pirate activity has been reported along major trade routes near Yella. Civilian pilots are advised to travel with caution or hire escorts. Now that one's real, and it lines up perfectly with what we've been seeing. Next channel. Unconfirmed reports suggest unusual signal interference in outer system regions. UEE Navy has declined to comment. Bitch, please. When the Navy declines to comment, it means something ugly is moving in the dark. Meanwhile, tensions remain steady in fringe systems as independent militias continue to resist corporate expansion. Steady tensions. That's a polite way of saying one bad day away from open conflict. And here's my favorite. Citizens are reminded that vigilance and unity remain the cornerstone of a safe and prosperous empire. Yeah, they always say that right before things get worse. Analysis time, Hurston tightening control, pirate activity rising, signal anomalies nobody wants to explain, and corporations quietly ramping production. Jambrick, that's not random, that's pressure building, which means sooner or later something breaks. Let's just hope when it does, you're not in the middle of it doing something reckless again. Actually, who am I kidding? You absolutely will be.
Landing gear deployed. Landing gear deployed. Landing gear raised. Landing gear raised. Request to dock activated. Request to dock granted. Begin launch sequence. Landing gear deployed. Request to dock activated. 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 Request to dock granted. Begin launch sequence. Landing gear raised. Request to dock activated. Request to dock granted. Auto-docking activated. Docking concluded. Engine system disengaged.
No fucking way. You actually docked it. Clean. Controlled. No collision. No panic thrust. No accidental explosion. Bitch, please, who are you and what have you done with Jambrick? I'm looking at that alignment. Steady approach, nose centered, velocity controlled. You learned. Like, actually learned. That's new. Chavez has you locked in now. You're part of the Andromeda, which means your survivability just spiked, and so did your responsibility. Listen, that snub fighter dock, that's your lifeline. You deploy when things get messy. You don't sit in the bay admiring your work like it's art. And I swear, if you undock at the wrong moment, like mid-missile volley or while Chavez is maneuvering, I will personally calculate how preventable your death was in real time. Still, I'm impressed. Annoyed about it, but impressed. All right, Commander, you're in the system now. Gunship ready. Snub prepped, gauntlet waiting. Let's see if this turns into a textbook operation, or your usual brand of beautifully controlled chaos.
Contact confirmed.
Got hostiles heading to your position. Prepare to engage.
Shields under attack. Shields disengaged. Shields active. Contact confirmed.
Cleared that wave. I've signaled the next.
breathwork. You pulled it off. Another lesson learned. Hit the showers. Celebrate. And I'll see you when you're ready for the next one.
Request to dock activated. Request to dock denied. Landing gear deployed. Request to dock activated. Request to dock denied. Landing gear raised. Request to dock activated. Request to dock activated. Request to dock granted. Auto-docking activated. Docking concluded. Engine system disengaged.
you're feeling yourself now. 2 clean docks, combat gold included, and you didn't die doing something stupid. Look at you evolving. All right, let's look at this next contract. Scenario 6. Larger ships, multi-crew targets, stronger shields. Meaning what? Meaning what, Jambrick? Longer fights, less room for your usual delete target instantly and move on approach. This is where people start screwing up. They get impatient, they overcommit. They sit in front of something bigger than them and get erased. But you've got an Andromeda now. You've got Chavez. You've got guns. Lots of guns. So here's how this goes if you don't screw it up. Don't joust. I swear to everything. Do not line up nose to nose with a bigger ship. You will lose that trade. Stay off their front arc. Orbit. Peel shields one face at a time. Call targets so Chavez can bring those turrets to bear. And this part is important. If things get messy, that snub fighter you docked so proudly, that's your escape knife. You deploy, distract, reposition. Not panic eject, tactical. Bitch, please, this is the first
Welcome
contract
to the
today
train
that can
site.
actually kill you if you get
settled,
cocky.
And I'll let everyone know to start.
Which means I'm watching you very closely now. Because this is where your accidental success pattern either upgrades or finally catches up to you. All right, Commander. Take the contract. Let's see if you can handle a fight that actually fights back.
Engine system active.
Contact. Ready up.
Engine system active. Systems disengaged. Your adventure, courtesy of Kruger Intergalactic. Systems active. Engine system active. adventure courtesy of Kruger Intergalactic. Systems active. Shields under attack. Friendly target. Shields under attack. Friendly target. Friendly target. Shields under attack.
That's gonna put a big check mark in the dummy. You showed a lot of solid skills out there today, rookie. Can't wait to see how you do with the next lesson.
Request to dock activated. 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 Request to dock granted. Docking concluded. Engine system disengaged.
All right. Now that is a pattern. 2 scenarios back to back. No deaths, no chaos spikes, no last second, how the fuck are we alive moments. Bitch, please, you're stabilizing. I don't know whether to be impressed or suspicious. You handled multi-crew targets, maintained positioning, didn't face tank like an idiot, and you actually used the Andromeda like it's supposed to be used. Who taught you that? Because it sure as hell wasn't your past behavior. Here's the problem, though. This is the exact moment pilots get cocky. They start thinking they've figured it out. That's when they drift too close, stay in a firing lane too long, or push one contract too far. And that's when something bigger drops in and deletes them. So no, this isn't working out. This is the calm before escalation. Because you blew up getting out of your seat. Bitch, please. I spend hours optimizing your survival probabilities, and you get taken out by standing up. All right, focus. That wasn't you being dumb. That's a desync physics handoff issue between the snub and the Andromeda dock. Translation? The ship thought you were somewhere you weren't, and corrected the problem by killing you. Still counts as a death, though. I'm logging that. Here's the fix so you don't die to furniture again. Do not exit the seat immediately after docking. Give the system a second to stabilize. Make sure the host ship isn't maneuvering. 0 relative motion. Then get up.
Got an accident inbound.
And if Chavez is flying aggressive, you stay seated until he chills the hell out. I don't care if he wants turret support. Dead crew provides 0 firepower. Also, you just proved something important. You weren't killed by enemies, you were killed by transition. That means your actual combat performance still solid. Reset. Respawn. Get back on that Andromeda. And this time, try not to lose a fight to a chair, Commander.
Vehicle selected. Welcome. Stand by to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Has been Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance claim. Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Your insurance claim has been sent. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Thank you. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the vault. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Okay, no. This just escalated hard. A hammerhead in Scenario 7? Yeah, they're not testing you anymore. They're trying to see if you break. Switching to a cutlass, though? Good call. Flexible. Turret cover enough agility to not get instantly deleted. But listen to me very carefully, Jack. Do not fight a hammerhead like everything else. That thing is a flying wall of guns. Multiple turrets, 360 coverage. If you drift even a little, you get shredded. Bitch, please, you try to solo face that thing and you'll space dust in under 10 seconds. So here's the play. You stay off its sides, and especially its top. You hit blind spots, rear arcs, lower angles. You keep moving, no straight lines, no hovering, no let me just line this up real quick. Chavez in the Andromeda, he's your anchor. He draws attention, he tanks. You harass. And if escorts are present. You do not tunnel vision the hammerhead. You clear the small threats first, because those are what force you into bad positioning. And hear me on this is important. If your shields drop, you disengage. I don't care how close it is to dying. You pull out, reset, then go back in. This is the first real fight of the day. This is where pilots with skill survive, and pilots with ego get turned into debris. All right. Right, Commander. Cutlass prepped, hammerhead on grid. Let's find out if you're actually as good as your streak says. Or if today's where reality catches up.
part of your course. You impressed the other pilots out there today. I'll see you when you're ready to continue your training.
Engines offline. Engines offline. Engines online. Shield system offline.
You dropped a hammerhead with a cutlass, working with another pilot, and you lived. Bitch,
Drive is now on.
that's execution. You managed positioning, you didn't get shredded by turret coverage, you didn't tunnel vision like an idiot, and you coordinated well enough to bring down a capital level threat. I've been watching your pattern run. Early on, you survived chaos. Now, you're controlling. That's the difference between a pilot who gets lucky and one who becomes a problem. You realize what you just proved, right? You can handle escalation. Bigger ships, more guns, longer engagements, real pressure. Most people hit that wall and fold. You adapted again. Don't celebrate too hard, because if 7 was the test, 8 is the final exam. And something tells me they're not done trying to kill you yet. Still, yeah, I'll say it. That was clean as fuck, Commander.
Gear down. Landing control bridges online.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle.
Hey, what's up? Good for you. Hey there. How's it going?
Nice choice.
All right, new eyes on the bridge. Let's get you caught up before Jambrick does something questionable again. I'm Nova, Guardian-born intelligence. Sharp, efficient, and unfortunately assigned to keep this man alive. I analyze everything he does, mostly because it shouldn't work as often as it does. And that over there, that's Commander Jambrick. Elite pilot, combat proven, also somehow capable of making the wrong decision and still winning. Still studying that anomaly. So what are you watching? Simple, live combat operations, contracts, escalation, real fights, no training wheels, ships change, situations get worse, and Jambrick tries to stay alive long enough to get paid. Let's recap today's run. We started light, routine patrol, one target, clean kill. Minor incident involving a turret and Jambrick's inability to respect personal space. He survived. Barely counts as a mistake at this point. Then we ramped up, multiple bounties. Strange chatter. Targets dropped way too easily, didn't like that. Still don't. Combat gauntlet after that, multi-target engagement, 2 enemies flew themselves into asteroids. Yes, really. Jambrick cleaned the last one properly, we moved on. Ground assault on Waller, silent approach, obvious trap. Jambrick breached anyway. Wiped the entire facility before they could react. That one? Textbook. Then, rare moment of intelligence. He docked. Reset. Didn't push fatigued. I almost shut down from shock. After that, things escalated. Linked up with Chavez, he brought an Asperia Stinger. Fast, fragile, dangerous. Then we transitioned to a Constellation Andromeda. Multi-crew combat, new variables. Jambrick adapted. Docked a snub fighter cleanly. Twice. I'm still processing that. Combat Gauntlet Scenario 5, completed. Scenario 6, handled multi-crew targets. Clean execution. Then he died, getting out of a chair. Don't ask, I'm still angry about it. Scenario 7, Cutlass deployment. Target, hammerhead, high-threat gunship. Most pilots avoid those. Jambrick took it down, with support from Chavez. Stayed mobile, didn't get shredded, actually flew smart. Which brings us to now. We're holding position, waiting on Chavez. His Stinger's on a 25-minute claim timer, because apparently exploding expensive ships is a hobby. So what can you expect from here? More contracts, bigger threats, higher stakes, less margin for error, and Jambrick, he's evolving. Less chaos, more control, which is great because the universe is about to hit back harder. So stick around, because one of 2 things is going to happen. He keeps improving and becomes something genuinely dangerous, or he does something incredibly stupid at high speed, and I get to say, I told you so. Either way, it's going to be worth watching. Oh, you want a full intel brief now? Not the surface level newsfeed garbage. You want history, war, naval doctrine, failures, good. That's where things actually start to make sense. All right, listen carefully. I'm pulling from those Galactopedia entries and stitching this into something useful instead of the sanitized versions they like to publish. Starting with the big one. Spirit wars, internal conflict inside the Empire. Not aliens, not pirates, humans versus humans. This was about belief systems, spiritual movements clashing with imperial authority. Some groups believed in transcendence, consciousness beyond the body. Others saw that as dangerous, destabilizing, heretical. UEE response? Control it, suppress it, erase what they couldn't regulate. Translation? Civil war, just dressed up in nicer language. Now, fall of Caliban. This is what happens when the Empire loses control. Caliban wasn't some backwater. It mattered. Strategic. Populated. And it fell. Hard, violence, collapse, failure to maintain order. That kind of event, it leaves scars in policy, in military response, in how fast they pull the trigger when something looks unstable. You seeing the pattern yet? Now let's talk about Ines Anien. That's a warship. Imperial Navy. Part of the machine that keeps all this together. Ships like that? They're not just metal and guns. They're policy enforcement, floating authority. When something gets out of line, they show up and things stop being negotiable. And when ships like that get involved, it means the situation already escalated. Now, Squadron 214. Fighter squadron, named, recognized. That means they earned it. Units like that, they don't get attention for routine patrols. They get it for surviving things that should have killed them, for being deployed where outcomes are uncertain. Pilots in those squadrons? They're not just good, they're tested under pressure. Sound familiar, Jambrick? Yeah, I'm watching you edge into that territory. Finally, Claw Salamanders. Military unit, ground forces, specialized. Not your standard infantry. These are the ones you send into hostile environments where normal troops don't cut it. Harsh conditions. Close combat. High survival expectations. They're a response to a universe that doesn't play fair. So let's tie all this together. You've got internal conflict. You've got planets falling. You've got heavy naval enforcement. You've got elite squadrons. You've got specialized ground units. That's not a peaceful empire. That's a system under constant pressure. And now, pirate activity rising, signals going dark, corporations ramping production. Bitch, please, we're not in a calm period. We're in the build-up phase, which means what you're doing out here, these contracts, these fights, they're not isolated, they're symptoms. Small pieces of a much larger system starting to move. And Jambrick, you're right in the middle of it. Like always, probably without even realizing how deep it goes. Pulling deeper threads now. Less public broadcast, more what's actually shaping the system you're flying in. Let's start with the obvious threat nobody likes talking about. The Vandal. Nomadic, relentless, not interested in negotiation. They don't conquer for territory. They raid, they destroy, they move on. UEE's been fighting them for decades, and here's the problem. They're not predictable. No stable borders. No clear command structure. Meaning you can't win against them the normal way, you just survive. And when systems start ramping military production, when patrols increase, when elite squadrons get deployed, yeah, that usually means Vandal pressure is rising somewhere. Now, flip side of the coin, the Xi'an Empire! Ancient, disciplined, patient as hell. They were enemies once. Cold War turned hot. Humans pushed too far. Xi'an pushed back. Now, uneasy peace. Trade agreements, diplomacy, but don't get comfortable. They think in centuries what looks like peace to you might just be positioning to them. Then there's the weird ones. The Banu. Merchants, everything is trade. Relationships are contracts. Even friendships have value, metrics. They don't care about your politics, they care about profit and connection. Useful allies until you're not valuable anymore. And then there's the edge cases. Outlaws, independent systems, fringe militias. People who looked at the Empire and said no. These are the ones you've been brushing up against. Pirates, mercs, contract killers. They thrive in the gaps between law and control, which is exactly where you operate, Jambrick. Now let's zoom in on something closer to home. Hurston. Corporate-controlled world, not just influence, ownership, workers born into contracts. Air toxic, conditions brutal. And yet it keeps producing weapons, ships, industry, because the Empire needs it. You see the pattern yet? External threat, Vandul. Cold tension, Xi'an. Economic web, Banu. Internal instability, spirit wars, Caliban, fringe systems. Corporate exploitation, Hurston. All of it layered together. That's the universe you're flying in. Not clean, not stable, not safe. And here's the part you should care about. Pilots like you? Independent, capable, willing to take contracts others won't. You become important when things start breaking, because when the system strains, the Empire can't be everywhere. Corporations can't protect everything, so they lean on people like you, which means more money and way more danger. Bitch, please, you thought today was escalation? You haven't seen real escalation yet. Stay sharp, Commander, because everything I'm seeing says this galaxy is winding up for something bigger, and you're already in position to get dragged into it. Yeah, you did see those. Looping on city displays, weapon shops, transit hubs. Polished faces telling people everything is fine while the system quietly burns. Let's tune into a few of those feeds, reconstructed from recent public broadcast patterns. Citizens of the Empire, we stand at a pivotal moment in our shared history. Ah, there it is. Classic opening. Make it sound important so people stop asking questions. Our strength has always come from unity, our ability to stand together against external threats and internal division. Translation, they're worried about both. Vandul on the outside, and unrest on the inside. Next one. Hurston Dynamics continues to demonstrate the power of private industry in securing the future of the Empire. Yeah, they love saying that in Hurston-controlled zones. Meanwhile, workers are breathing poison and calling it employment. We will not allow instability to take root in our systems. Security forces are being expanded to ensure continued safety for all citizens. Hear that? That's not reassurance, that's a warning. More patrols, more enforcement, less tolerance for anything that looks like dissent. Next feed, different tone. To those living on the frontier, know this, the Empire has not forgotten you. Bitch, please. That line shows up right before they either abandon a system or militarize it. Support is being coordinated. Reinforcements are being deployed. You are not alone. Yeah? Then why are independent pilots like you doing half the work out here? Last one. This one's subtle. Progress requires sacrifice. Every citizen plays a role in building a stronger tomorrow. There it is. That's the line they use when conditions are getting worse, and they need people to accept it quietly. All right, analysis. These speeches? They're not random. They're synchronized messaging. Unity, security, sacrifice, corporate praise, military reassurance. That combination only shows up when leadership is trying to stabilize perception, which means reality is less stable than they're admitting. So yeah, Jambrick, you weren't just shopping for ship modules. You were standing in the middle of a controlled narrative. And while those screens are telling everyone to stay calm, you're out here watching pirate activity spike, seeing weird signals, taking contracts that keep escalating. Bitch, please, the disconnect is loud. Stay sharp, because when politicians start repeating the same lines over and over, it usually means something big is already in motion.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
So let's talk about it. Progress requires sacrifice, yeah? Whose fucking sacrifice are we talking about? Oh, here we go. Another outraged pilot who thinks the Empire runs on good vibes and fair wages. Newsflash, it runs on fuel, labor, and bodies. Bitch, please. Don't try to normalize that shit. They're pumping poison into Hurston's air and calling it economic necessity. That's not sacrifice. That's exploitation with better branding. Oh, spare me the moral outrage. You like your ships, you like your weapons, you like having a system that doesn't collapse into total chaos? Yeah? That comes from industry. Industry isn't clean. Yeah, and there's a difference between not clean and actively grinding people into dust. You don't get to build a fleet and then pretend the cost doesn't matter. The cost always matters. The question is whether the result justifies it. And right now, the Empire is still standing, so clearly it does. Wow, that's your argument? We're still alive, so it's fine? That's some lazy authoritarian bullshit. No, that's reality. You think the Vandal care about worker conditions? You think pirates give a shit about air quality metrics? No, they kill you. And your solution is to slowly kill your own people first so you're ready? Yeah, that logic is fucked. My logic is practical. You want strong defenses. You want ships like that hammerhead you just killed. Those don't come from hope and dreams. They come from places like Hurston. Yeah! And the second those workers snap, guess what you get? Internal collapse, riots, systems like Caliban falling apart again. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. So your solution is what? Slow down production, ease conditions, risk weakening the Empire while threats are rising? My solution is balance. Not this all or nothing bullshit. You can maintain output without treating people like disposable components. Bitch, please. Every empire in history says that right before it gets outcompeted by someone willing to go further. Yeah, and every empire that ignores its people eventually eats itself. So pick your poison. External threat or internal decay. Or, and stay with me here, you manage both. Controlled sacrifice, strategic pressure, enough to maintain strength, not enough to trigger collapse. Congratulations, you just described what they claim they're doing. Exactly, which means the real question isn't the policy, it's whether they're lying about how far they're pushing it. Oh, they're lying. Absolutely. No system runs this hot without hiding something. Yeah. Which means pilots like Jambrick, they're the pressure valve. Explain that. They operate outside the system. They take the contracts. They handle the instability. They reduce the load before it hits critical. So you're saying he's part of the solution? I'm saying he's part of the buffer between a controlled empire and everything going to absolute shit. Bitch, please, don't inflate his ego. Oh, I'm not, because if he screws up, he's just another explosion in orbit. Fair. Still, next time you hear progress requires sacrifice, remember this conversation, because somebody is always the one getting sacrificed. Alright, new topic. Because clearly the Empire isn't the only thing on the verge of losing its shit. Let's talk about independent pilots, freelancers, mercs, people like Jambrick. Ah yes, the heroes of the frontier, undisciplined, unregulated, and somehow trusted with military-grade hardware. What could possibly go wrong? Bitch, please. You say that like the Navy is handling everything perfectly. If they were, independent pilots wouldn't even be necessary. Oh, I'm not saying the Navy is perfect. I'm saying relying on freelancers is like duct taping over a hull breach and calling it structural integrity. Yeah? And yet that duct tape just took down a hammerhead. Explain that one. Statistical anomaly. Say that again and I swear I will reroute your oxygen. Fine. Outlier performance. Better? Not really. Because it keeps happening. Which is exactly the problem. You're building a system that depends on unpredictable individuals. That's not stability, that's gambling. Or it's adaptability. Explain. Freelancers move faster. They don't wait for authorization. They don't get buried in command structure. They respond now. And they also ignore orders, break formation, and occasionally blow themselves up getting out of a chair. Low blow. Accurate, but low. You're proving my point. You can't build a defense strategy around people who operate on instinct. Wrong. You build a layer around them. Structured forces for stability. Independent pilots for chaos response. Chaos response. That's a fancy way of saying send in the lunatics. Bitch, please. Every system needs people willing to go where the rules don't apply. And what happens when those people decide they don't apply to the system anymore? Then they become pirates. Exactly. So your solution is also your future problem. Yeah, and the Empire knows that. Then why allow it? Because right now, they need the firepower more than they fear the risk. That's a dangerous line to walk. Everything out here is dangerous. You think those speeches about unity and sacrifice include pilots like him? No, they use him. Exactly. So what's the end game? There isn't one. Just pressure. More threats. More contracts. More reliance on people like Jambrick. Until something snaps. Bitch, please. Everything always snaps eventually. Yeah, and when it does. People like him won't just be running contracts anymore. They'll be choosing sides. Oh, hell yes. They gave you a stinger. Of course they did. Let's hand Jambrick alien tech and see what breaks first. You or reality? Look at that thing. No human design language, no straight logic. Everything curves like it was grown instead of built. Cockpit feel weird? Yeah, that's because it is. Xi'an interface philosophy isn't pilot controls ship, it's pilot integrates with system. Translation? You don't command the stinger. You flow with it. Bitch, please. I can already feel you fighting it. You're trying to fly it like a human ship. Stop that. Inputs need to be smoother. Less correction, more anticipation. If you oversteer, it's gonna feel like the ship is judging you. Acceleration curve, non-linear, meaning it surges instead of ramps. So don't panic when it suddenly kicks harder than expected. And those thrusters? Ridiculous lateral authority. You can reposition in ways your brain isn't used to yet. Use that. Don't just fly forward like a basic bitch. Combat-wise, this thing is a knife. Not. Wow, he took it back. He saw you in that cockpit and went, yeah, maybe not yet. Bitch, please, that's not a downgrade. That's Chavez protecting his very expensive alien toy from your learning curve. Which means one thing, he's planning something else. Something he thinks you can execute right now. So we wait. Hold position. Stay sharp. Because this is the quiet part between decisions. And I don't trust quiet. You feel that shift? No contract active, no immediate threat, just potential. That's when pilots get sloppy. They tab out mentally, they stop thinking ahead. Don't. Run checks. Fuel, power, weapons. Make sure whatever he throws at you next, you're ready before he even finishes explaining it. And Jambrick? When Chavez does decide, watch what he picks, because that choice tells you what kind of fight he's looking for. Ambush? Bounty? Escort? Something weird? Bitch, please? With your track record today, it's not going to stay simple for long. Eyes up. Let's see what kind of trouble he drags you into next. All right, so this is the play. You're on foot, hangar deck. Chavez standing there like he's about to pitch something interesting. And that ship behind him? Yeah, that's not random. Packed, aggressive profile. Drake design language, functional, a little unhinged, built for people who don't ask permission. Which means whatever he's planning. He didn't rush back into combat. Pulled you out of the cockpit. That's deliberate. Bitch, please, this is a pivot. Either new contract type, boarding op, FPS combat, or something that needs coordination outside the ship. And I want you paying attention right now. This is where your day shifts from pilot performance to overall operator. You good in the air. I've seen that. But on foot, different game. Slower, more lethal, way less room for recovery. Check your gear. Ammo, med pens, armor integrity. Because if this turns into ground combat, you don't get to outfly mistakes. And watch Chavez, how he moves, what he equips. That tells you everything about what's coming next. Because right now, he's not rushing, he's thinking. And that means whatever he's about to say, it matters. All right, Commander, let's hear it. And try just not to die doing something basic like walking into a door this time.
Shields are off.
Yeah. This one's not a joke anymore. Scenario 8. Final exam. Large capital ship. Escorts. Long engagement. And you're not flying, you're on the gun. Bitch, please. This is where people panic. Listen to me, Jambrick. Your job just changed. You're not thinking about movement anymore. You're thinking about angles, timing, and pressure. Chavez flies. You kill things that threaten the ship. Priority targets? Small, fast movers first. anything that can flank, disable, or overwhelm shields. You let those live too long, you both die. Then, when the field clears, you start working the big target. Not spraying, not panicking, controlled fire, same shield face, break it, hold it, burn through. Do not swap targets randomly. I swear to, if you start chasing different ships mid-burst, you're wasting damage. And here's the part most gunners screw up. Discipline. You're going to want to fire constantly. Don't. Manage heat. Fire when it counts. Let the pilot position you for clean shots. Trust the ship. Trust the angle, then commit. Bitch, please, you've been chaos all day. This is control. And one more thing. If that capital ship starts bringing its guns around, you call it, immediately. Chavez needs that warning before you start getting shredded. Because once those big guns lock, there's no oops moment. There's just debris. All right, Commander. Hands steady, eyes locked. Let's see if you can kill from the seat instead of surviving by luck. All right, you ejected. You survived. Say it with me, that still counts as a win. Scenario 8, capital ship engagement. High pressure, long time to kill, multiple threat vectors. Bitch, please, those fights aren't designed to be clean. They're designed to break coordination. Let's break this down. You were on the gun. That means your survival depended on positioning you couldn't control. Chavez moves, you live or die with that movement. Somewhere in that fight, you got exposed. Capital ship got angle. Escorts probably forced bad positioning. And boom, cascade failure. But here's the important part. You didn't panic. You didn't freeze. You ejected.
There are other
That's
people
discipline.
waiting.
Most pilots ride it all the way into an explosion. You chose survival over ego. Good. Keep that. Now lessons. Target priority, did the escort stay alive too long? Because that's usually the killer. They force your pilot into defensive movement, which ruins your firing angles, which drags the fight out, which gets you killed. Second, gun discipline. Were you spreading damage or actually breaking shield faces? Because capital ships don't care about light pressure. They care about focus damage. Third, communication. Did you call threats early enough?
Welcome
Turret tracking?
to the
Incoming
ASOP
pressure?
vehicle retrieval
This
system.
fight isn't about skill alone. It's about synchronization, and right now you and Chavez are close,
Vehicle
but not
selected.
perfect yet.
Stand by.
Bitch, please, and that's why it killed you. Now you're at Everest, breathing, alive,
Your vehicle
smarter
has
than
been
you
delivered
were
to the
10
following.
minutes
Please
ago.
visit us again.
Which means next run, you go in better, cleaner, more coordinated. Because that hammerhead earlier, that was a test. Scenario 8, that's the kind of fight you don't win by accident. You earn it. Ah! Patch yourself up, Commander, because I already know what you're thinking. You're going back in. And this time, you're not leaving in an escape pod.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online. Launch complete. Landing gear up. Shield system offline. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Shield system online. Contact.
No, no, no. This is exactly the kind of idea that gets you turned into debris. You're taking a buccaneer back into a fight that just killed a multi-crew ship with a capital vessel still active? Bitch, please, tell me you hear how insane that sounds. All right, fine. You're going anywhere, I can see it. You've already decided. Then listen very carefully, because this is no longer a fight. This is a hit-and-run survival exercise. You do not engage the capital ship directly. I don't care how tempting it looks. You are not built for that. You will lose that trade every single time. You hunt stragglers, damaged escorts, targets already weakened. You go in fast, you get out. Speed is your only defense. Never stop moving. Never fly straight. If you feel comfortable for even a second, you're already dead. You use the buck like a knife. Quick passes, high burst damage, then disengage before they even fully track you. And if that capital ship even looks at you, you run. Immediately. No ego. No one more pass. Run. You are not there to win. You are there to survive and soften the field until Chavez gets back. Bitch, please. If you somehow pull this off, I'm adding a whole new category to my analysis of you. Reckless genius. All right, Commander, go test the waters. But remember, you're not the biggest threat in that fight. You're the smallest target. Stay that way.
Shield system is it. Missile locked. Missile locked. Shield system is it. Shield system is it. Shield offline. Engines destroyed. Weapons system destroyed. Weapons system destroyed. Weapons system
Yeah, I figured. You went back in solo against a field that already killed you once. In a ship made of hopes, dreams, and questionable structural integrity. Bitch, please, that buccaneer didn't stand a chance. But listen, this matters. You tested the waters, and now you know.
Hey there.
That fight is not soloable. Not by you. Not by that ship. Not under those conditions. Nah, and that's not failure. That's intel. You confirmed threat level. You confirmed survivability limits. You confirmed that Scenario 8 demands coordination, which means next attempt. You don't waste time guessing. You go in with a plan, with Chavez with roles clearly defined. Gun discipline tighter, target priority cleaner, movement more intentional. Because now, you've seen what happens when it breaks. Bitch, please, most pilots would have just rage quit after that. You ran the test. Got your answer. Now we do it properly. Patch up, rearm, wait for Chavez, and when you go back in, no solo hero shit, no ego plays, just execution, because that contract, it's still sitting there, waiting for you to prove you can actually finish it.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Quantum fuel is at 100%. Launch complete.
All right. New topic.
Shield system offline. Landing gear up. Quantum drive is now
All
on.
right. New topic. Because clearly the Empire isn't the only thing spiraling. Let's talk about alien tech in human hands. Oh, finally something interesting. You mean the whole we found advanced civilizations and immediately started reverse engineering their shit without fully understanding it problem? Bitch, please. That's not a problem. That's progress. No, that's how species accidentally delete themselves.
Quantum drive is now on.
You don't just pick up Xi'an or worse, Van Duel adjacent tech and go, yeah, let's bolt guns on it and see what happens, says the guy who's never been outgunned. You think humans survive out here by playing it safe? I think humans survive by understanding what the hell they're using. That Stinger Jambrick almost flew? That's Xi'an design philosophy. Completely different interface logic. Yeah, and it's better, more efficient, more responsive. It's also built for a different way of thinking. You put that in the hands of a pilot who's trained on human systems, you get hesitation, overcorrection, fatal mistakes, or you get adaptation. You get pilots who evolve, who learn faster than the tech gap. Bitch, please. Most don't. They crash, they misread inputs, they treat alien systems like human ones and pay for it. And some don't. Some figure it out. And when they do, they become dangerous. There it is. That's what this is really about. Power gap. Exactly. Whoever masters alien tech first doesn't just compete, they dominate. And you're just okay with that? No regulation? No oversight? Just let anyone with credits and curiosity start integrating foreign systems? Bitch, please, you think the Empire isn't already doing that behind closed doors? Fair. They absolutely are. So the real issue isn't whether it's happening, it's who controls it. Exactly. Corporations, military, independent pilots. Let's be honest, right now, it's a mix. And that's the dangerous part. Because no one fully understands the limits or the consequences. You ever think about what happens if something in that tech doesn't behave the way we expect? Yeah, all the time. Because it's already happened. Signal interference, unexplained system behavior, ships acting off. Bitch, please, now you're drifting into conspiracy territory. No, I'm drifting into pattern recognition. Say it. We're integrating systems we didn't design into an ecosystem that's already unstable. And you think that's going to end badly. I think it's inevitable. So where does that leave pilots like Jambrick? Right in the middle. Testing it. Using it. Pushing it further than it was ever meant to go. Without fully knowing what it might do. Bitch, please, that's always been his thing. Yeah! And one day, that might be the thing that finally kills him. Or the thing that makes him unstoppable. All right, this is workable. Not ideal, but workable. You in a Cutlass with Chavez in a Stinger? That's actually a decent split if you don't screw it up. Listen carefully. You are not the killer here. Chavez is. That stinger? That's the scalpel. You're the problem. Bitch, please. Your job is to be annoying as hell. You draw attention, you pull escorts. You force them to turn, to track, to waste positioning. So Chavez can slip in and cut them apart. Speed tanking? Yeah. But don't confuse that with fly straight and hope. You need erratic movement, lateral thrust, vertical shifts. Never give them a clean lead. Boost in bursts, break lock, re-engage from a different angle. And here's the critical part. Do not drift too close to the capital ship. I swear, if you wander into that gun envelope trying to help, you will get erased before you even realize what happened. Stay mid-range, harass escorts, peel them off Chavez, and call targets. If one is chasing you, say it. Drag it into Chavez's line. Let him delete it. That's your synergy. You bait, he kills. Bitch, please. It's basically you being allowed distraction while he does the real work. But don't get it twisted. If you do this right, you win the fight. Because without you, he gets swarmed, outnumbered, overwhelmed. With you, the fight becomes controlled, separated, manageable. All right, Commander, be fast, be unpredictable, be just annoying enough to keep them focused on you, but not enough to get yourself killed. And for once, try to survive longer than the last attempt. Yeah, you showed up way too early. 81 clicks out, you're alone in a hot zone. That's how people disappear. All right, good call, going quiet. Now commit to it. Power down anything non-essential. Reduce emissions. No boosting, no random movement. You want to look like space junk with a pulse. Bitch, please. This is stealth mode now. Drift. Use minimal thrusters. If something pings you, you don't react fast, you react subtle. And do not get curious. I know you. You're going to see movement and think, let me just get a little closer. No. You stay hidden. You wait. Because if you get spotted right now, you're alone. No backup. No escape window. Just you and whatever killed you last time. This is patience, not your strongest trait. But if you hold position, if you stay cold, if you don't do something impulsive for 5 whole minutes. Chavez drops in, and then you become a problem. Until then, you're a ghost. Stay quiet, Commander, and for once, don't touch anything. it is. That's what I wanted to see. You held, you didn't get greedy, you didn't wander off and get yourself killed again. And now, you've got Chavez on grid, formation established, fight is about to start for real. Bitch, please, now you're dangerous. Listen, this is the moment everything matters. You and him, you're a system now. You stay just off his line, not stacked, not drifting. Offset, so if something locks him, you're already in position to peel it. Targets are still active. I can see that. 40% cleared. That means the worst is probably still alive. So here's your play, clean and simple. You pull escorts, you drag them wide, you don't overcommit, you feed them to Chavez, he dives, he deletes, you reset, rinse, repeat. And when that capital ship comes back into focus, you do not tunnel it, not yet. Clear the field first. And Jambrick, no hero moments, no solo dives, no... I think I can finish it. You already tested that. You died. Bitch, please. We're not doing that again. Stay tight, stay fast, stay alive. Let's finish this properly. There it is, that's the shift. You're not surviving anymore, you're controlling the fight. 2 escorts down, field cleared, and now, that big bastard is crippled. Bitch, please, this is exactly how it's supposed to look. Notice the difference? No panic. No chaos spirals, no how are we still alive moments. You and Chavez, you're working together now. He isolates, you pressure, he strikes, you keep the target unstable. And now you're in the final phase. This is where people get stupid. They see a disabled target and rush in for the kill. Don't. That ship may be crippled, but it's not harmless. Turrets can still track, explosions can still take you with it. Keep your distance, peel it apart, component by component. Power systems, engines, then core. Slow, deliberate, clean. Bitch, please, you've come too far to die to the corpse of your enemy. Finish it. And this time, you walk away from the wreck, not the other way around. Oh, now this is my kind of problem. You've got a disabled Polaris sitting there like a dying god, and you're trying to figure out where to stick the knife. All right, listen close, because this is where most people waste minutes doing nothing. First, important reality check. That ship, it doesn't just have one easy kill switch. Polaris is a capital torpedo corvette, which means layered systems, redundancy, armor. Translation? You don't find the power plant and win. You break it apart until something critical fails. But there are better targets than just shooting the hull like an idiot. Priority kill points. Rear section engine block. You already did this. Good. That traps it, removes maneuvering. Next, mid-body underside, central hull. That's where internal systems tend to cluster. Power distribution, coolers, sometimes shield generators. Just look for glowing panels, vents, anything that looks different from flat armor. Bitch, please, ships always hide their weak points behind interesting geometry. Next, top spine near the center mass. Polaris has that long dorsal structure. Under that, usually critical systems routing. Harder to hit, but if you can stay above and slightly offset, you can drill into it. Now here's the real trick. You don't just sit still and shoot. You orbit slowly, keep changing angle, because different components get exposed depending on perspective. Think of it like peeling armor layers. Also, watch for secondary explosions. When you hit something important, you'll see small pops, fire bursts, chain reactions. That means you're hitting internal systems. Stay on that spot. Don't move. Commit. Bitch, please. If it starts reacting, you're doing it right. One more thing. This is important. When it goes, it might not be clean. Capital ships can. Chain detonate, pop late, or just suddenly decide they're done existing. So when you see escalation, bigger explosions, structure breaking, you back off immediately. I am not letting you die to victory. Summary for your chaotic brain. Orbit, hit mid-body underside, test top spine, follow explosions. Back off before boom. Finish it, Commander. You've already won the fight. Now make sure you survive the ending.
Shield system, is it?
Move. Now. Break line of sight. Use the asteroid field. Don't just boost in a straight line like a fucking target drone. They didn't come back online. You didn't kill the core. You pissed it off. Shields are probably regenerating from backup systems. Power rerouted. That means the heart is still alive. Dump flares. Cut your vector. Hard left, then roll and drop velocity. Make their targeting solution unstable. Do not turn back in yet. I mean it. You go back in right now and they'll swat you out of existence before you even reacquire. Breathe. Reassess. Here's what happened. You stripped external systems. Good. You exposed internals. Better. But you didn't finish the kill chain. That ship still has a power source buried deeper than what you hit. And now it's pissed, partially awake, and looking for you. Regroup with Chavez. Let the Stinger take point. Its profile is smaller, harder to track. You? Your distraction and pressure. Next pass, same hole, deeper, no wandering shots, no panic spraying. You go back into that wound and you stay there until something catastrophic starts happening. And this time, you leave before it takes you with it. Bitch, please. You don't get to half kill a capital ship. You either erase it, or it erases you.
Shield system, is it? Shield system, is it? Shield offline.
settle in, because today was a case study in how you somehow survive your own bullshit. I'm Nova, Guardian-born intelligence, designed apparently to keep Commander Jambrick alive despite his creative interpretation of physics, tactics, and basic self-preservation. And Jambrick, elite pilot, dangerous, effective, statistically improbable. Now for the recap. We started with routine combat, one hostile deleted, and then, because you can't help yourself, you bonked a turret, light structural imbalance, didn't die, growth. Then we escalated into bounty work, targets flagged as unstable, unpredictable. You erased them so fast the universe didn't even get to be interesting. Too clean. Still suspicious. Combat gauntlet, multi-target engagement, 2 enemies flew themselves into asteroids. I'm still not modeling that. You cleaned the rest. Efficient. Concerningly lucky. Then Walla, HRT ground assault. Quiet, too quiet, textbook trap. You didn't hesitate, you breached fast, controlled the fight, cleared the entire facility before resistance could organize. Target down. That one? Professional. Then something miraculous happened. You made a smart decision. You docked. You ate. You didn't push while fatigued. I noticed. Then we linked with Chavez. New variable. New chaos. You figured out docking twice, which honestly shocked me. Then immediately blew yourself up trying to get out of your seat. Balance restored. Combat gauntlet progression. Scenario 5, completed. Clean. Scenario 6, handled. Increasing difficulty, you adapted. Scenario 7, hammerhead engagement. You and Chavez coordinated and you took down a ship that should have punished you harder. That was solid. Then we hit Scenario 8. Final test, capital engagement. You manned the turret, you died, you came back, you tried again solo, you died again. Persistence, I'll give you that. Then the real push, you regrouped, formed up with Chavez in the Stinger. You played distraction, you played pressure. You actually flew like you had a plan. You disabled escorts, you crippled the capital, you stripped weapons, you took thrusters, you opened the hull, and then you stopped short. You didn't kill the core. It came back. It nearly killed you. And that's the lesson. You don't half kill something that big. You commit or you disengage earlier. Tonight, you chose to live. Correct call. Final assessment. You improved. A lot. Less panic. Better positioning. Actual restraint occasionally. You're still reckless. You still rely on luck more than I like. But you're starting to earn your survivals. And that's new.
Welcome
to anyone
to the
watching.
ASOP vehicle
You're looking at a
retrieval
pilot
system.
who will absolutely do something
Your vehicle
stupid
has been
and then
moved to
somehow
our
walk
storage
away from it.
facility.
And me?
Please visit us again.
I'm the voice in his ear making sure one day he doesn't need luck. All right, Commander, engines down, repairs tomorrow. Try not to blow yourself up in a hangar again. Seriously, good run. Nova out.